Happy Saturday. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for stopping by. I'm Meownwell. I stream every Thursday through Sunday, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern. We're currently in the Celadon sewers in Pokemon Infinite Infusion. We have to clear Team Rocket out of the sewers. We then will fight Erica. We'll then fight Koga. And we'll see how this progresses. Remix mode. The enemies are harder. They have different typings. Surge was fighting. Erica is bug. Rock was steel and Misty was ice. Pet the Goat, W emotes. Let me get you a shout out real quick. Check out Pet the Goat, friend of the stream, wonderful individual, has an adorable cat named Fred. She's currently playing Outer Worlds, Obsidian made single player story driven RPG. Make sure to check her out. You won't regret it. I do struggle in this area because it involves getting different parts of the sewer's water level to higher levels so you can move the wood planks to navigate it. We currently on our team have a Sneasel Gabite, a Dewblade Mimikyu, a Donphan Granbull, a Kadabra, a Haunter Magneton, and an Espeon named JFK because the red dot on the head looks like a laser sight. We have Super Repel on, so we won't run into any wilds. And Erica's with us the whole time, and she'll heal our Pokemon. We have an amulet coin on our lead. That way, when we're in trainer battles, we get double the amount of money. I think this is a double no matter what, because you can't hug one side to avoid the sightline of both. Thankfully, we have Erica with us as a partner, so it's not a big deal. Let's see what we're up against. Scarion. Oh, it's probably Kecleon and Skarmory because it's normal steel. Sablo is probably Honchkrow or Murkrow and Sableye. So Gapsul will Ice Punch the Sablero. And Erica has a Cyrosum, which is likely a Scyther Blossom. Quillcruel, it's a Tentacruel Quillfish. Oh, Scarion has Protean. So we're gonna Ice Punch, since that'll be super effective. No, it has color change because it was hit by Psyosum. Okay. Amarith, that's a Maura and Anorith. So it's Rock Bug. Rock Bug, because it's bug, is still weak to bug. It's still weak to rock. So we Rock Slide. It looks like we missed. There we go. War Turtle and Voltorb, Spiritomb, and Palisand. We are gonna go Dragon Claw to get rid of Spiritomb. It's our hardest hitting move. We Dragon Claw No, we rock slide. Quag sign, that's a Quagsire and a Piloswine. We don't have any grass moves. And their Grassmon is asleep. So I'll go Dragon Claw. That doesn't matter because we're a physical attacker. Amnesia is up special defense. Easy. We don't heal in battle, but trainers can. Lil Raid and Meowder. We don't have a stab ground move on Gabite, sadly. So we're gonna go Kadabra. Actually, no, we're gonna go JFK because Twisted Spoon Psybeam will likely one-tap at least one of the poison types. Because Lorraine has water, we're gonna go Sunny Day to make it do less damage. Goomy and Golbat. We are going to Psybeam the Meowder. Lycan Reno. We're gonna Psybeam again. Psybeam again. I was initially tempted to get Umbreon instead of Espeon. It later occurred to me that the only way you can get another Eevee is once you have Surf, because there's a patch of grass in Celadon where Eevee can be found. In retrospect, I wish I had gotten that Eevee for Umbreon. We don't need any Pokemon here, so we Super Repel. We can fight them one at a time, but it will still be a double because we have a partner. Charrock and Oddless. Let's go Ice Punch. It's quad effective against the Oddless. Once again, anything grass is usually weaker as a result because grass is weak to fire, ice, flying, bug, and poison, which is why something like Water Dragon is amazing that it's only weak to Fairy and Dragon, whereas Grass Dragon is weak to almost everything I rattled off, while also be weak to poison, while also being weak to Fairy and Dragon. You can't have nice things. Combuskin and Monferno. We are gonna go Dragon Claw just to finish the Charrock off. Nose Pass and Hypno. That's quite the nose. It's Psychic Rock. We're gonna go Dark with Feint Attack. Feint Attack isn't amazing, but because there's evasion and accuracy in this, having something that bypasses that is useful. Okay. We need to go up the ladder. Sludge Wave. I think Sludge Wave hits everyone. So that would only be good on a poison type if my partner is ground, also poison, or steel. We had to do that so when the water raises, we can cross over. Now we turn water on. We'll go the other way. I'm not good at puzzles. This is usually where I would get lost in here. Being lost in a sewer, not what kids want in their cereal. All right. Goalish and worldly. I don't like either of these. Let's also get the stream plugged since I have not done that yet. Very good. All right, so we can go dark on Goalish. We could also go rock on worldly. I think I'm gonna go rock because it hits both. We're gonna go rock again. Duosian and Torkoal. That sounds like a rock slide. Banette and Hoppip. That sounds like a rock slide only because it hits both of them. We missed the one. We will go Feint Attack. I think I have to turn the water off now so we can get over here and knock that over. Black Sludge. It's basically leftovers for a poison Pokemon. And we'll give it to our Magneter, who is a steel poison that's 4 times weak to ground. We have Levitate. We're gonna have to fight him. Let's see what we have. An Umblim and a Joltson. So that's basically a Braixen and a Jolteon, an Unknown and a Drifblim. That sounds like Rock Slide because it's super effective against both of them. And our Rock Slide missed. So you can hit one with the Rock Slide, but you can miss with the other. Quagador. We're gonna go Rock Slide again. Nice. Careful. There we go. Antidote, we don't need it, but cool. We'll be able to come back and get that. This is already there, that's fine. TP up. Let's see. Yep, that's fine. I think I have to turn the water back on now. Yes. We don't know what the moves we don't know what the moves of the boss are going to be in the wiki. It tells us what the fusions are, but it does not tell us their moves. And that's going to be interesting. This is another double. We'll take them one at a time because it's easier. 2 Nido Cell. So it's basically probably each one of the Nidos and a Sneasel. So let's go Rock Slide. And ideally we don't miss. Solavi. That's probably Eevee and a Solipede. We're gonna go Rock Slide again. No, we do not leave. I don't think it matters. I usually go left, so I'm gonna go right. I'm a lefty, so that's usually why I go left. Now this is more reminiscent of Rocket Hideout. Tiles that make you go. Whimsicott and Elekid. Fairy, we want nothing to do with this. We go Steel Poison. Light Screen's kind of annoying, but Venoshock's still gonna hurt. W Black Sludge. We'll get another turn of healing, and we'll set up our own Light Screen. Right. Because we're not electric. Full para is stinky. I'm not happy about that. Steel electric is smart because thanks to the electric typing, it's neutral from steel. Oh, and we get parried. Gyarados and Victory Bell. We're gonna go Aerial Ace. Duskraid. That's Roserade and Dusclops. Let's go Shadow Sneak. We're gonna switch out and go into Capsule. And we're gonna go Feint Attack. Beautiful. All right, let's fix what happened. So in some games you can use a rare candy as a pseudo revive. I guess because I'm at level cap, that's why it doesn't work that way. I'll use the max revive here because I'm out of combat. I don't use any heals in battle. Let's see. We'll super potion that. And then we'll use an Oran Berry to get us to max. Alright, there we go. Let's see how we're doing this. Okay, we got it. There's no wilds in here, so we're fine. Nice. Let's see. We want that. We want this. This actually loops back around, sadly. So what we really want is this. This. And then we want that. Okay, that's Klefki and Zatu. We are gonna go... No one has steel, sadly. So we'll go Magneter here. I'm gonna let Wish go off. We'll light screen. Charge Beam to up our special. And then we'll Venoshock. Or we're just never gonna break through confusion. Okay. Magna Q. So it's gonna be Mimikyu and Magnezone. You need a Magnet Stone for certain Pokemon, aka Nosepass and Magneton if you want to evolve them, and you only get it late game. So once again, the enemy have illegal mons, and that makes me big sad. We're gonna go Dumbo. Oh, Magnet Pull. That's awkward. Shadow Ball works too. Forest Slash. Let's go Dumbo. We have Fire Punch. And we do it again. Dumbo is a Donphan and a Gramble with Intimidate. Sadly, we don't have any fairy moves yet. Well, no fairy moves that would take advantage of our attack stat. Okay, now we need to go this way. Then we need to go this way. There is an item over there, and it's not a yellow ball, which means it's not a TM. We fight them because we want the money. Kangaskhan Dodrio. That looks like Stab Ice Punch. I'm very surprised that didn't kill. I get punished. Vileplume. Steel. Poison. Let's go Dumbo. It won't have Levitate. So we can go Magnitude. And it's quad effective. Beautiful. Okay, we wanted to go like so. Like so. We fight him. Umbreon Slowking. This is quad weak to bug. Sadly, we have no bug moves. We'll go Dumbo. And we'll go Stab Magnitude. It does nothing. Good thing I'm slow, so Trick Room doesn't matter. If I was fast, that would have been scary. Okay. Octillery Halucha. We are gonna go Magneter. Nice. W Black Sludge. Stab Venom Shock. Nice. You love to see it. Pharaoh Cruel. This is a Don Fan angle. Fire Punch or Magnitude. That did more than I would have liked, but we're fine. Beautiful. Alright, let's do some more healing while we're here. Let's see. Nice, 69. When we get out, we'll buy more of the, what's it called? Lemonade, freshwater, soda pop for healing outside of battle. Okay. Max Revive, we don't need it, but that's fine. And here's the fight. Yep. Team Rocket, bad guys. We know that. Okay. So, Haunch Zing. Let me pull up the docs. Docs are useful. Huh. This is not right. Let me look for the Giovanni fight instead. Okay. So Giovanni has a... Well, you can't see this, so let me move it. I prepped for the wrong fight, but we will still get through this because we have the power of friendship. All right, let's see. So we are looking at... We're looking at a Dark Poison Honchcrow Wheezing with Levitate. A Ditzian, which is Focus Sash Imposter. Smeargar, Smurgle Gengar with Levitate, normal poison. Ketgon, Flygon, Kecleon with Protean. This is going to be interesting. So, we are probably going to get hit with Swagger. We can hit it with Ground because Levitate. I'm going to snooze these ads because we're about to be in the middle of a boss fight. Okay. If we go Rachel, we are either immune or we resist almost everything. I think we'll stay on with Gapsule and see how much damage we can get in. Dragon Claw's gonna hurt more than Ice Punch. It probably will want to Sludge Bomb again, so we're gonna switch. It goes Drill Peck instead. Okay. It's probably going to go Swagger here. We are going to go... Break, break. If he gets too low, he'll go Pain Split. We switch out. Actually, yeah, we stay in. There's the max potion. Them being able to heal what we can't is going to be a problem. Let's go Magneter instead. This is actually on me. I prepped for the wrong fight. For some reason, I thought the type expert trainer would be the final fight. Instead it's Giovanni. Okay, we're +2 special. I'm hoping that we can eventually kill with a Shadow Ball. He might max potion here. Again, I don't know how many he has. Okay, we are +3 special, and we're not confused. Let's see. I believe this has a Focus Sash. Now it's Ghost. Damn it. It did just a little too much damage. We are gonna go Ice Punch. We are gonna go Fire Punch. We get the burn. That's huge. Imposter. It's gonna have. It also has a Focus Sash. So it's gonna have my moveset. We Ice Punch. Beautiful. Smeargar. This is probably Spore. It could also go for Quiver Dance because setup. I want a clean switch here. That's fine. Beautiful. Giovanni down, first try. We didn't even prep for the right fight. Hell yeah. You love to see it. No. Lift key. Yes, please. And triple fusion experiments. That's the end goal. And one of the main bosses we fight is a triple fusion of 3 legendaries. There it is. Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno. I haven't gone this way yet, so let's see what's over here. We have ads. We'll be back in 3 minutes. We'll look at some Pal Scouts when we come back. It'll be lit. You're not missing anything, friends. Happy Catterday. See you soon. All right, Meow, we are back. This is Lotus. He lives at the Saitama's Children's Zoo. That ceramic flower pot that he's sitting next to, he likes to sit in it because he's a silly boy, and he's also a flower. He's named Lotus because the flower 5, Lotus, Oliva, Primula, Grusha, and Iris. Primula and Oliva are the only 2 girls out of the litter, and Primula is the only one to have had any children. The flower 5 turned 9 this year. They are being watched over by their parents, the late Lev and Shawl, from beyond the Rainbow Bridge. Lotus is very cute. All the flower 5 live in Japan. We like to joke that the reason why Grusha was moved out of Saitama's Children's Zoo is because he ate all the children. Here he is being a little eepy. This website is Meownwell. It's run by the same people behind the Meownwell YouTube channel. If you want to learn more about Palace cats and or get involved in conservation efforts, Meownwell is your one-stop shop. They work with conservation agencies such as Pika and Meownwell Working Group. I want to learn about this. It's likely that Az is pregnant with Nar's children. I don't love that because childbirth for Palace cats is difficult, especially since they have weak immune systems. But I'm choosing to believe that Az is resting comfortably and Nar is living his single bachelor life, since for best practices, the father is not around the kittens, though there have been at least 5 documented instances where the father was around them with no issue. I'm going to bring up one example of them here. This is a picture of Klyon with his children Nar and Minya. I don't know what circumstances led to that, but I have a picture of it. And Nar and Minya were born at the zoo in Tokyo. It's called Uno. I can't tell you which one is which, but I can tell you the top one is Klyon, and then this is Minya and Nar. Their mother is Primula, and that's how the relations end up being Nagomu, the grandson of Bull and Polly, the grandson of Lev and Shawl. And we love Nagomu. Nagomu lives with his aunt, wife, Abricos at Nasu Animal Kingdom, the same enclosure that his late grandparents, Bull and Polly, lived at. Most of these palace cats that I've been mentioning all live in Japan. And were it not for Tabitha, their great-great-grandmother, there'd be a lot less palace cats in the world. Palace cats are round, they're floofy, they're full of personality. There's less than 57,000 palace cats in the world, and I love them dearly. So let's figure out how we're doing this fight. So initially, I wanted to do a Galvantula with Unnerve, so Sizosum could not eat Akaberry, but Galvantula evolves 1 level higher than the level cap, so we have to use the pre-evolved form Joltik, because it's the only Pokemon I have with Unnerve. The problem is it has F all for stats, so whoever we fuse it with has to not only be stab fire, but has to have very high special to make up for the lower stats spread that Joltik has. Solion, Speed Boost, Wide Lens, Vaporeon, Solipede. It has Acid Armor, Toxic, Muddy Water, Steamroller. Speed Boost is a problem because it will get faster every turn, and it has moves like Steamroller that can flinch. So knowing that, we're probably going to use someone with inner focus to get around the flinch. Volcolum is a mix of Volcarona Golem, Quiver Dance, Earth Power, Giga Drain, Fiery Dance. It's Bug Ground. We can still kill it with fire, so we'll come back to that later. Let's think about the first one. So we already know what we want it to be. We want it to be Unnerved Joltik, and we want it to be a fire type with really high special. Let me put the music back on. Why are you like this? Hold on a second, friends. I already have a decent fire type. I don't know if I can get the other ones, and I need to see what good fire moves they have, right? So let's see. Hold on. Oh, why not? Apologies, we are having technical difficulties. Oh, I think I know what I can do. Third time is surely the charm, right? I don't know why this is acting this way. Nothing has changed on my end. Hold on. Huh. I will find another thing of music real quick, and then we will come back to this. I don't know why it's choosing to be this way. Can't have nice things, I swear. I mean, it's not like I'm paying for it or anything, you know? Let me find something that won't get us copyright struck. There's a specific one I was using. Let me just monitor the audio for this while I figure it out. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Okay, so I am not sure why I'm having this issue. I'll have to solve this issue later. I'll try one more time, and then we'll go from there. Okay, let me try something else real quick. Okay, how do I do that then? I'll fiddle with this a little bit more, and then I'll have to solve it later because I don't want to take up too much time not playing the game. It was literally working yesterday, and I don't know why it's not working now. Nothing has changed. I had no notifications that it would be going awry like this. So it's super frustrating. Okay, let me try it that way and see. If I don't get this resolved, it's gonna bother me. So that's why I'm trying to get it done now. We do know that we want the Joltik for Unnerve, and we want a good fire type. So let me figure out what their stats are going to be once they evolve. Okay, Arcanine is going to have 100 special, and Ninetales is going to have 81. So we actually want Arcanine. And Arcanine is a Firestone, from what I remember, right? Okay, so... Okay, we're gonna go with... I know I caught a Growlithe, I just have to figure out where I put him. Please tell me you have a not bad nature. We can make that work. Okay, so we want a Growlithe. We want to unfuse these two, and it'll be an Arcanine. Once it becomes Arcanine, it'll be Arcanine and a Joltik. Unnerve means it's a quad weak to fire Pokemon, and it can eat the Akka Berry, which is what we want. Otherwise, we have to hit it at least twice. Initially, I was going to use it for a different fight, And then we didn't end up going that route. Okay, what else do I need? Next, we need something for Solion. So its main move is water. I'm probably going to want to go something with water absorb. And then I need something to resist the bug. So I think I'm going to go grass steel with water absorb. And now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I know exactly who that's going to be. The only downside with that is I'll be immune to toxic and I'll be immune to muddy water, but I can still get flinched from steamroller. Okay. Let's think about this. Steel. That isn't terrible. Clink sadly evolves too late. In theory, we could go Poniard, but we want the water absorb instead of inner focus. I think we go Pharaoh Seed. No, because what's it called? It's baby. So instead we'll go Klefki for steel. And then we'll go Cacnea. Oh no! Did it become Sandvale after I unfused it and I lost a hidden ability? Oh, that blows. Okay, so instead, we'll go Dry Skin. Because that's basically poor man's water absorb. Let me see if I would be able to get grass steel. Because if I can't, I need those combos specifically. Well, no, because how am I killing it? Water, bug. Rock, flying, electric. We could go electric steel, but I wanted the water absorb for muddy water. Let's take a look at this. We cannot get it. So it has to be pure. Oh, no, we can. Okay. So, yeah, steel grass. That's exactly what we need to see. Does she? Right. She has the Volcolum with Fiery Dance. So we would want fire. We'd want Flash Fire on a flyer. We would resist Giga Drain. We'd be immune to Fiery Dance, and we'd be immune to Earth Power. So it's gonna be a combo of Growlithe Joltik, Klefki Paris. Let's put Espeon away for now. And then it's gonna be Flying Fire. But it has to be Flash Fire. Which would be Houndour into Houndoom. When does Houndour become Houndoom? Okay, let's see. That's fine. No, I don't have Flash Fire. Bad Wolf, thank you for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. How is it going, my friend? And happy Saturday. We are currently prepping for Erica in Infinite Fusion. Remix mode. All the bosses are different. Erica is a bug gym. I could have sworn I had a Flashfire Pokemon. That's who's Flashfire. Okay, we'll go with that. I hope work goes as good as it can and it doesn't give you too many problems. We are doing well. I use Monster Cat for music and I'm having problems with it. So I'm using a temporary OST until I can get this sorted. Thank you for stopping by, my friend. Okay. And we need a flyer to pair with this. Does my audio sound weird? If so, how? Flyer? I wanted it to be a physical one, though. Oh, does it? Nothing has happened with my voice, so I'm not sure why it's doing that. And I'm not sure how to diagnose that. I do appreciate the feedback. I will actually listen to it real quick and see how it sounds. Because now that you've mentioned it, I feel bad. Let's see, hold on. Where are you? Why am I not seeing this? Oh, because it's in a separate thing. Okay. Oh, okay. Maybe my voice is getting too close to peaking. I guess I can turn it down. Let me see if this makes it any better. We'll go with that, and hopefully it won't sound as tinny. Also, Tolkien, thank you for stopping by. I hope you're doing well. I hope you, the wife, and the family are having a good one. You're staying safe, and no tornadoes are giving you the business. I initially wanted it to be a physical fire because what's his face has what's it called? Really high SPDF thanks to Quiver Dance. So special wouldn't actually end up doing much, if anything. Why am I not getting that? This is gonna drive me up a wall, I swear. Yeah, I have no clue why it's not showing up for me. That is super annoying. There we go. All right, let's see if this does the trick. let's see if we can actually log in this way. I apologize for this extended inactivity. This is gonna drive me up a wall. I am still not allowed to do it. So I'll have to sort this with support for, what's it called? For Monster Cat. And I mean, it's not like I paid a lump sum in order to actually be able to use this service. So it's gonna grind my gears. Let's see. I mean, there's definitely some validity to us being the only ones that matter, you know? Let's see what... Yes, I did. I paid, like, I think $90-something for a yearly license of Monster Cat Gold. That way I could listen to music that was copyright free. And it was working today. It was working yesterday. And just all of a sudden it doesn't fucking work. So there's like one other thing I can check. Yeah, I would like to think my rage is valid. Let's see. Maybe it's down for a bunch of other people. If not, and it's only me, then fuck me. Yeah, no one else is reporting it, so it's a me thing, which means I'll be dealing with it later, and then if I can't get it resolved, I will never pay for it again. So the problem Pokemon we have also, is my voice still tinny, or is it a bit less tinny? The problem Pokemon is the Volgolem. It's bug ground with very hard-hitting special moves, and I wanted to use Flash Fire to get around Fiery Dance, but Quiver Dance will boost its special, so if I use a Fire type or a Fire Flyer, it has to be hard-hitting on the physical side to get around that, because if the enemy's allowed to set up, it'll sweep. I'm sorry that I can't fix it. So it'll have to be tinny, and I'll have to try to fix it between Saturday, the end of Saturday and Sunday. I've hit no dials, so I don't know why it's bad now. I made a note for that as well. Okay. So let's look at this. Okay, let's see. Flying. What do we have for flyers? We have Butterfree, but it needs to be a physical flyer. Bug resist fighting? No, it's fine. I'm glad you're pointing it out. Bug resist fighting, so it won't be Hawlucha. It could be Fletchling, because Fletchling is already a physical fire flyer. So Fletchling will be our last mon, and by Fletchling, I of course mean Talonflame. Now we have a bit of a training arc, if you will. All right. we need to have a Pokemon that we can use to grind. And then once they're all at appropriate levels, we can fuse them, grind more, take on Erica. We'll go with Gapsel. Dragon and Ice is not a bad combo. Fast and does hit relatively hard. Lotus. He's an Eepy boy. He lives at the Saitama's Children's Zoo in Japan. He looks like he's trying to avoid napping, and he's not succeeding at it. I want to boop the snoot. Maybe. It could be the picture, but here's a better picture of them. They're also known as the breadheads because they have a dent in the top of the head, much like a loaf of bread. He and his siblings turn 9 this year. That's 2.5 years past the average life expectancy in the wild. I mean, they're hungry boys, so I don't blame them. Let's find another picture of Lotus. Here he is doing a mlem, sitting on top of a log. Big old twofers. They have large teeth relative to size of the felines. Yes, absolutely. There he is again. I love the stripes above the socks. Big old floofy striped tail hanging off the side. He almost looks like he has a wry smile or a smirk on like half the side of the face. Very handsome. 10 out of 10. Okay, so let's figure out where we can grind to get our levels to where I need them to be. I don't remember what this trainer has, so we're about to find out. All right, what does he have? We can stab Ice Punch. As you fight trainers, their Pokemon will level up and evolve, which it can make rematches more interesting. So basically, Ice Punch or Dragon Claw will work most of the time here. Fury Cutter isn't bad, but we don't need it. What really is going to be rough for the Joltik fusion, we have Joltik for Unnerve. Unnerve prevents Pokemon from eating their berries. We have to do that because it's a 4 times weak to fire Pokemon with an Aqua Berry. If it eats the Aqua Berry, it won't be one hit. The reason why the Joltik is a problem is because it has a low BST since it's a bug, and we don't get its secondary form 1 level past the level cap. The level cap is 35. Electro Web is useful because it's speed control. And it technically has a higher accuracy than the other one. So as you can see, now it's wide dial. It won't be the Hydreigon one for a long time, most likely, because Hydreigon is from the generation of Pokemon where they don't evolve until like late 50, low 60s. But trainers are also able to get illegal Pokemon, aka they can have like a Gardevoir at like level 20 instead of 30 plus. Or they can have moves that we aren't able to get on their Pokemon, or get them earlier than normal. Bug Bite isn't bad, but we're not gonna be eating the berry because we're using Unnerve to prevent the berry from getting eaten in the first place. Bad Wolf, does your partner, does the father of your children, does he have custody, or do you have your children this weekend? And the reason why we have to be Gabsol, we don't get Garchomp until 40 something, so we're using a Gabite and a Sneasel. We need to get everyone on our team to 35. Also, enemy trainers, aka bosses, will heal, whereas we're not allowed to. So we have to plan around every E4 member having anywhere from like 2 to 4 full restores, and ideally we get them to burn them early on, so the rest of the fight is easy. Okay. Nice. I hope that you and the family have a great Mother's Day because you deserve it. Ice Punch. Shasha. Gastro Acid is interesting. I don't think that I need it. Yeah, I probably haven't played Bingo in many years. I'm glad that you and his mom at least have a somewhat healthy relationship. It's not uncommon for there to be acrimony between former partners. We're gonna swap out since Gabsol isn't gonna one hit. Oh wait, we can't because we don't have any whatnot. So let's just go Dragon Claw. Damn it. We will go Electro Web. Joltik's a little guy, or in this case, a little gal. Good to know that if things do go awry, we almost have the ability to get out of it. Okay. I am glad to hear that that's not as bad as it could have been. I'm no stranger to being a child of divorce, and we don't go Fire Fang because it can miss. And I'm glad that despite no longer being with your partner, your children don't seem to be suffering. Oh no! I have no Pokemon for this fight, so we're just gonna forfeit. That's what I get for not healing. We're gonna come back after we are at an appropriate level, and we're gonna kick his ass. That way we can go through again. I definitely miss things like infinite repel, etc. So I will not be playing through Infinite Fusion more than once. That's good that both of you had the wherewithal to be like, yeah, we're not putting... No, I have played through Infinite Fusion once. I then beat it again on Remix mode. This is my first time streaming it. It doesn't have a lot of the quality of life of Rad Red and Emerald Imperium, so I'll be beating it on Remix mode on stream. Then I won't be ever playing it again until the sequel comes out, and provided the sequel has some quality of life, I might play it more than once. But it's really hard to go from Rad Red that has things like no EVs, perfect IVs, minimum grind mode, infinite repel, infinite rare candy, infinite Pokeball, which is portable healing outside of battle, etc. And then to go to something that has none of that. I think I first played Infinite Infusion 3 or 4 years ago, and then I think I did Remix mode like 2 years ago. Remix mode changes the boss fights. So Brock was Steel, Erica's Bug, Koga's Dark. Those are some examples. Now it says Zwinaw, Zwilus, Croconaw. We don't need slash. And this is really the only way to level. You find a trainer that you can beat easily, and you spam it until you hit level cap. That's a problem. Knockoff, not a big deal. That's fine. Okay, good. Electro Ball is not bad. The problem is it's contingent on our speed. So there is a strat where we would go Electro Web to lower their speed, then Electro Ball, so we do even more damage. I'm gonna give Fletchling Fly just so I can get to Poke Centers relatively quickly and not have to go through the tunnel each time. Oh, let's see what the berries are. It's a random chance at what the berries will be. I think it's even across the board. We don't have a lot of good berries, and we have none of the good items that would come from like the care packages in Emerald Imperium and Rad Red. Things like the super effective berries, evolutionary items, damage boosting held items, etc. And not having them, I miss them. That was a misclick. Electro Web into Electro Ball, and hopefully that'll be enough to be like a 2-hit. And of course we miss. It's still not enough. Okay, there we go. If you don't know anything about bugs, they're very weak until they're in their final stage. And some of them are relatively weak even in their final stage, because at the end of the day, they're still a bug. Thankfully, in later gens, bugs do get a lot better. I'm gonna go over to, what's it called? Celadon. And I'm gonna grab a bunch of lemonade, fresh water, etc. We heal outside of battle. And that would be on the top floor. I also need a Firestone for Arcanine. Lemonade is the most efficient heal out of these. It heals almost as much as a Moo Moo Milk, from what I remember. 80. So a Moo Moo Milk's 100. And it's only 350. Whoops, that was a misclick. There's two modes of speed up, and neither of them are as fast as I would prefer. We'll go until we're at about 34,000. We're going to be burning through these lemonades like crazy. And I mean, I love a good lemonade, but I definitely prefer lime. I think, for the most part, lemonade is overplayed, and I love a good lime beverage. So that'll be like 3 more, and we'll be at 35K. We spent a lot of our money on coins at Game Corner. That way we can buy Flamethrower as a TM if Arcanine doesn't naturally get it by this level range. And then we'll use that to ideally one-shot the Scizor. Evo. Scizor Fusion. Okay, there we go. The glasses are from Squirtle Squad. Think Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but they're all Squirtles. We'll fly back to Lavender. This will probably take about another 30 minutes or so. And we didn't even heal. Whoops. He missed. Beautiful. Whoops. We still have Growlithe at least. Oh, we get the burn. W. You know what? I probably could use a new mic. Tell your kid, thank you for the feedback, and I will add new mic the things that we need. Kids, they say the darndest things. I've had this mic for over a decade, and it could probably be better by like tuning knobs and such, but I've already tuned a bunch and it still sounds terrible. So I will look into getting a better mic as well. Takedown can miss, and it has recoil damage. Thank you. I mean, I already have to get a Switch 2 and a new capture card, so adding a mic to that, why not, you know? And who knows, maybe getting a new mic will fix it. I mean, I've had this mic for over a decade, and it was like a $60 mic. On the upside, Joltik is almost at level cap. So we're like 1/3 of the way there. We used the wrong move. I didn't know it had roar until I saw that. Damn. Of course. We also have ads in just under 2 minutes. When we come back from ads, we'll look at more Palace Cats, and we'll continue grinding to get ready for Erica. We'll look at some wild Palace Cats and the harsh environment they have to deal with. Cold and dry. Sadly, with not a lot of cover. Which is why their go-to strat is remaining motionless and looking like a rock, a mound of snow, or a clump of dirt. Signal beam, nice. We finally have a halfway decent bug move. Spider web isn't bad. The good one is sticky web, because it makes the entire enemy team slow. We'll use the fresh water first. You're not going to be missing anything. Grab a drink, grab a snack, do some stretching. We'll be back in just over 3 minutes. Happy Saturday, my friends. Thank you for hanging out with DJ Blender, and I'll see you all soon. All right, Meow, we are back from ads. Let's pull up some more pictures of palace cats. Wild cats that live in Asia. The body is round. In the wild, they live exclusively in Asia. Here is one on the move, doing a mlem. Turns out even wild animals enjoy a nice mlem every now and again. They have high set eyes, ears that are rounded on the side of the head rather than the top. They will put their paws on their tail to keep them warm, as without that, the beans will freeze. It gets up to minus 70 degrees Celsius where palace cats live in the wild. Yes, they're not always yellow, but a lot of them are a yellow orange, a yellow amber. I suspect it might also come down to lighting. And as you can see, they also have circular pupils rather than predatory slits. To my knowledge, they're the only cat that has that. Okay. Yes. Here is another one. This was taken in 2015. It's a wild palace cat looking into a trail cam. Big old pink snoot. Cheeto dust around the muzzle. Also round eyes. These are more of a yellowy brown rather than a brighter yellow. They always have rings of white around the eyes. I like to call it eyeliner. And they're very adorable. Here's another wild palace cat. This one's looking angry. Probably a threat display. And it's probably in the middle of winter. The body is round and small. Fully grown on average. They are 8 to 11 pounds. 3 to 4 kilograms. In winter, they can reach around 7 kilograms, and that's extra fat and a thick coat to help with the temperatures. They do look big, but here's a wild palace cat being held by someone, presumably for conservation purposes. He's wearing gloves, so he's not touching the wild palace cat. And this was probably taken in the summer at some point. Just a little guy. We'll also look at one more wild one. This one is a Mongolian palace cat taken by Shigeo K, I think in the summer of 2025. Looks like a small tiger, 10 out of 10. Would eat a box of cereal with a picture of this cat on it. They don't usually have stripes throughout the body, but some do, and I'm glad that they do, because I think it makes them stand out compared to some of the other cats out there. Okay, Joltix at level cap. We're not able to evolve it, sadly, but we're going to be fusing it with a Growlithe. Once Growlithe is at level cap. Let me see if there's any moves I would want from Growlithe. It might not matter. The last one we saw was Fire Fang. Flame Burst at 28. Flamethrower at 34. Okay, what about Arcanine? So we have to go to 34. Otherwise, we would have to use all our Game Corner coin to get Flamethrower. So we'll get Growlithe to 34, get Flamethrower, evolve into Arcanine. When we're done with Infinite Infusion, we'll be playing a Toho game, Cute Anime Girls Bullet Hell. We're not playing a mainline one. We're playing one of the roguelike ones. I think it's Dystopian Nightmare or something. I'd have to look at it. But you have a biome, multiple levels, a boss, multiple characters, multiple skills. It's a good bit of fun. Not Whirlwind. I mean, it's fine. We'll have to swap out though, because now we're already attacked down and we lose the water. That's a Hydreigon Croconaw. Normally you only get Hydreigon at like 56. So it's another example of an illegal Pokemon. We'll go Joltek. Beautiful. Electro Web, then Electro Ball. I didn't think we'd live another one. Flame Burst is not bad. And we are going to be running Arcanine as physical. And by physical, I mean special. Flame Burst is basically a budget flamethrower. It's missing, I think, like 20 base power. So we are going to want to actually get flamethrower for real. We have orange berries that we can use here. That way we're not burning a lemonade for like 30 points. There we go. Ideally, we kill, and we don't have to deal with Whirlwind/Roar. We get the defense drop, but that's okay. I've also played Pokerogue. You have bosses every so often, 200 floors within Eternatus. Another issue that Pokerogue has is similar to this. A lot of the quality of life that is in Rad Red, it doesn't have, so moves can miss. Pokemon that were buffed, moves that were buffed, not a thing. But it has a lot of features, including fusion, terrestrialization, etc. Nice. I don't want agility. Let's go elixir. And then let's go lemonade. I'm really surprised that doesn't kill. It must only kill on like a high roll. All right. I don't think it has a water move. I'm gonna burn one of my max revives. Can't have nice things. There we go. I didn't want to turn turbo off. We only need 4 more levels on Growlithe. If I'm not able to get the monster cat issue resolved relatively quickly, what I'll end up doing is I'll just find other music to use. Because I've used other music before, but the whole point of paying for the monster cat gold was to get access to music that wouldn't be affected by copyright strikes. My channel's actually already been hit with 3 of them, and I took down the offending videos. I never expected to be hit with them, but people be feeling a certain way about things, you know? Ah, whirlwind. We'll swap back in. This is probably gonna be Crunch or Dragon Breath. Okay, I can live with that. Nice. Retaliate is not bad, but it doesn't do what we need it to. Retaliate is a normal move, 70 base power. If an ally has fainted, it does double. We got Parad. We're not going to be able to act. Oh, you hate to see it. Nice. We love the reversal tech. Reversal does more damage the lower health you are. Let's see. One more level on Growlithe, then we can fuse them. And we'll be putting Growlithe at the head. Head influences special attack and HP. And we want Unnerve, so we can one-shot with a fire move. Or, to give us the best chance at one-shotting, Joltik has a low BST, so it's possible we won't have enough BST to actually one-hit. But it won't be able to eat the berry, and I love that for us. partially is -2. Oh, we got parried. Nice. We'll go Flame Burst. Damn, it knocked off our XP share. There we go, Flamethrower. That's exactly what we needed to see. I think we'll hold on to Flame Burst only because it has double utility. No, we can get it back. Never mind. Okay, so now we will go back to Celadon. All right, we want to go take. We want to use Firestone. Goodest of boys. There's a lot of Arcanine sprites. I gotta say, I'm actually surprised. This one looks like he's smiling, so we'll take this one. We will take Extreme Speed, just because it's a priority move. And then we'll fuse Arcanine with Joltik. We'll take Unnerve instead of Intimidate. And we want it to be Fire. This is a tough one, because as much as I'd like to go Fire Electric for stab of both, the problem is Fire Electric is quad weak to ground. Thank you for the lurk, Bad Wolf. I'll see you in a bit. Good on you. W parenting. Hopefully this doesn't look like an... Oh, that's very silly. But it's not as bad as it could have been. I mean, it's still cute, but it could have been a lot worse. Unnerve. We don't want Absorb. We'll take Signal Beam over Reversal. We'll take E-Speed. And we'll take Electro Web. That'll be our lead, and we're relying on Flamethrower to do the work. So then we'll be combining Klefki and Paris, and we'll have Fletchling for the Volcarona Golem combo. Fletchling becomes Talonflame at 35, so we'll be good there. Let me double check the nature. It's not a good nature. That's a problem. I might have to fuse it with something that has a better nature. We can explore that when we get there. Wait, I have another Fletchling, don't I? Let me see if that one has a better nature. I do not have another fletchling. Okay. I think fletchling is an early route. Let me double check. Routes 1 and 2. Okay. So we'll look for a better fletchling, and that'll be fine. It might only be during the day, because there are day nights that we have to deal with. So dawn and noon. Okay, so not night. We can work with that. We'll get a different fletchling. We'll name that one Burb. And ideally it won't have a bad nature. We want either speed up or attack up. We need a Butterfree as well, so we can catch it. It'll be dawn in like probably a few minutes. I'm gonna grab a water real quick. All right, as long as it's a fletchling that doesn't have attack down or speed down, we can make that work. That's not a bad nature. Let's see if we have any other moves. We'll probably end up putting Draining Kiss on it just so we have a fairy move that's also recovery. But with Prankster, we want status because it goes first thanks to Prankster. I don't like that Metal Sound can miss. So unless I fuse with like Butterfree for Compound Eye, I lose out on Prankster then. So, no. I guess it's still nighttime. Dad, I hope you're doing well. I hope you've been having a great weekend so far. A Mother's Day weekend, no less. If your mother is present in your life, I hope it goes as well for you as it can. And if she's no longer in your life, I hope that wherever she is, she's in a better place. I've had a complicated relationship with my mother over the years. She hasn't always been someone I was fond of, but we have a better relationship now than we used to. All right. Not a good nature. We keep going. And the reason why it needs to be a fletchling, flying fire, we are immune to ground, we quad resist grass, and will resist fire. Also fletchling, because we're a physical attacker, so we don't care about Quiver Dance. Feel free to show up anytime, fletchling. Nice. Ideally, this one will be better. You can change natures until like over halfway through the game. And on top of that, it's random. So you save, change nature, rinse and repeat. This is actually okay because the mon we're using this against is a special attacker. We can work with this. This is Burb, in honor of Pet the Goat's Redeem. We give Burb the XP share, and now we find a trainer to beat up for a minute. We also need to give it Fly, just so we can go places. Let's see if we can get past that grunt with this team. I might be able to. All right, so it's a double. Steelix and Bibberol. Bibberol and Onyx. Those are certainly choices. Spicy. I did not expect explosion. I don't need agility. I don't need flail. Charunt. That's Tyrunt. And probably Charmeleon. Nice. Absol and Primeape. Fairy would be really good here. We're gonna go in the Charunt. And we're gonna go Signal Beam on Abape. That did not do enough. That's okay. We will grab Roost. Nice. Burb! We have to get to 35 so we can become Talonflame. Thankfully, we'll hit the level cap. Pet the Goat, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. We are prepping for Erica. She's a bug gym. I will get you a shout out momentarily. Is there a specific Fletchling sprite you like? Since it is your burb and all that. I'm gonna keep cycling through them until you tell me which one you would like. I hope the rest of your Outer Worlds playthrough went well. Last time I saw, you were headshotting them, and it was very poggers. Smogon? Okay. This one? Check out Pet the Goat. Friend of the stream. Has an adorable cat named Fred. Was streaming Outer Worlds. Exploding heads. Drinking soda to beat perception checks. And convincing people to do what she wants. Check her out. I know her through Detroit Dubs. You won't regret it. W. The reason why we're using Talonflame, there's a bug ground Pokemon that Erica has. Earth Power, Fiery Dance, Quiver Dance, Giga Drain. Quiver Dance is special, so we're gonna bypass the special by attacking physically, and Fire Flying is very good against the moves that Pokemon has for us. We have an Unnerve. Unnerve means the enemy can't eat their berry. We have an Unnerved Joltik Arcanine because we're fighting a Bug Steel type with an Aqua Berry. It can't eat the berry, so provided Flamethrower does enough damage, we one-shot. And that's what we want to see. Right now, we're trying to find a trainer that we can grind. Oh, perfect. Bug Buzz is 4 times effective. And because it's Bug, Gust. We'll grind against this one for XP. Dragon Water. Bug Buzz is our strongest move. Right now, we're using a playlist of Pokemon music because my workaround for copyright music is currently not working. I'm hoping to have it resolved by the next time I stream. We only need Fletchinder to hit 35. Then there's one more Pokemon we need to get the level cap. Then we'll fight Erica and start making our way to Koga. At this pace, I think in 2 Thursdays from now, we'll be done with Infinite Infusion. I do wish we had a better flying move, but we don't get it yet. God bless ROM hacks and fan games for giving us better moves and wider coverage at earlier points. And it's fine that Gust doesn't always kill, because that Ferrothorn has, what's it called, 30, so it will always live on 1 HP. So, how far would you say are you into Outer Worlds? You've definitely been playing it for a while, so I would think you're probably close to done with the game. Let's use an ether or something to get more Bug Buzz. Okay. It definitely sounds like you've put in a good bit of time, my friend. And I hope you've been enjoying all of it. Gotcha. Are there any expansions, DLC, etc.? Oh, because it's psychic. It's still weak to bug. It's the weaknesses are not always intuitive. Razor Wind is not good. It takes 2 turns to go off. We still have to do Pokemon Tower at some point as well. Okay. We do love a mystery. This is my Unnerve Arcanine Joltik. I wanted Galvantula for the BST bonus, but Galvantula evolves 1 level higher than the level cap. I do think Unknown Absol does look cool, But it also looks a little silly, with the head basically being a stalk with an eye in the middle. Good to know, it doesn't always have sturdy. Once we get the fuchsia, we'll have access to a bunch of new Pokemon, moves, etc. Then it's really gonna pop off. Which, about damn time, you know? Like, my slowest runs in Rad Red were like 18 or 19 hours. I'm not even past Erica, and this run will have taken at least 16 hours. So it goes to show when you don't have things like no EVs, max IVs, infinite repel, etc., that a lot of time ends up being added. I think the speed run for like Rad Red 3.1 was like 3 to 4 hours. So that's wild. But there isn't a speed run for the most recent update of Rad Red, which means if you wanted to speed run it, you would have to invent the tech and then go from there. We'll fly back to recharge our PP. Phrasing. Once we get to Koga, it's a 4-mon fight for Ash Claws. Erica is only 3, which is why we only need the Jewel 9, Burb, and Paris Klefki. Let's check the berries. Maybe we get some Lum or Citrus. It's a random chance. It's an equal random chance for any of the berries. So it doesn't always have sturdy. Good to know. I'm gonna work on also getting a new mic this week. I have a general idea of what one I want, but it's also gonna be several $100s, which is not great. Sadly, you do get what you pay for, which is why I've been using the same one for over a decade. So now it's Kingler and Gabite. We've seen it. This is the third evolution that we've seen of a Garchomp Krabby line. Let's Lemonade. And I mean, that is cool. I do like that the more you fight a trainer, their Pokemon will evolve, if possible. It helps it not be boring. Or, you know, less boring. We need, I think, 4 more levels on Fletchinder before we evolve. We'll swap into Gapsule here. We don't have the item to get Weavile yet. So that's why we're not in the final form. And then Garchomp, like most dragons, evolves late. So we're not going to have a Garchomp for a minute. I'm gonna rare candy to get us a little bit closer. Well, Elixir, because 2 of our moves are almost out. We only have 1 more Pokemon to train after this, after our Talonflame gets to where they need to be. And hopefully we have a good physical flying move. If it's only like Fly or Aerial Ace, that's not going to be enough. We'll Sleep Powder. Bug Buzz might kill now. Nice. Damn, it woke up. That's okay, though. Compound Ice Sleep Powder. If we could get Hurricane, a Hurricane that realistically doesn't miss, with it being 120 base power, is very pog. But it's also possible that a Hurricane is physical, and if it is, we would have to settle for Air Cutter or like Air Slash, since Butterfree is a special attacker. Which one? The Absol Unknown or the Fortress one? Yeah, there's a lot of fusions that look really good. Yeah, I do like the Unknown Absol. I think it looks quite cool. Let's see. I think we can get away with E-Speed. Yeah, that's fine. 35. Burb is evolving. I'll cycle through them. Let me know which one you like. This time there's 2 that are Smogon. One is Smogon. The other is Smogon and Mistora. And I would remind people that I do have a channel point redeem for naming Pokemon. It does. Do you know which one you want to go with? Standing still, okay. There's several where he's standing still, looks like. This one? Okay, thank you. All right, so it's not that fly's bad. It's that it takes 2 turns to go off. So let me see if I have a better flying move. I'm gonna look up a list of where the TMs are. Maybe I can find Aerial Ace or something. Cerulean City bike race. That is unfortunate. What about... Let's see. We'll have to rely on fly because we don't have access to a better flying move yet. Maybe now that Talonflame's evolved, it'll have some other flying moves. None. Fuck me. So, fly it is. Alright. I may as well go Sunny Day, so our fire moves do more damage. As I get rid of my only flying move, fire move. Not like it matters because it was a special, and we're not a special attacker. Alright, now all we need to do is level up Paris Klefki and fuse them. Okay, let's see how we want to do this. We'll get Klefki leveled up first because it has a better typing overall. Steel and Fairy, only weak to fire and ground. We don't need a Zorua yet. Good to know that's where we can get one if we do need it. We already have a Houndour. We already have a Zubat. Alright, there's Unsoul again. The wings almost remind me of antlers. You're not going to be missing anything. We'll be doing this for a minute. I will bring spikes just because it's something that we can use to take advantage of Prankster. If we decide to keep Prankster. Of course. The fairy typing will be good for Gabbler as well, because we can Draining Kiss. We're immune to D-Rage. And because we're Steel, Sandstorm won't matter. Ads, we'll be back in 3 minutes. Happy Catterday. Thank you for hanging out. And I'll see you all soon, friends. All right, Meow, we are back. We're getting closer still to getting ready for the Erica fight. We have one more fusion that we need to level up, and it's going to be a dry skin Paris or Parasect along with Klefki. It's dangerous, but it's going to be fine, provided we can get rid of one of the typings and then keep water absorb. So, you know, it can't hit us with most of the things. We will be like 5 times weak to fire. And the one with fire is the Volcarona Golem combo, which is very scary. But outside of that, I think we'll be okay. And thank you, Pet. Oh, by the way, Pet, how is your frog doing? Oh, that doesn't kill? Okay, weather does at least. Is it common for your frog to struggle with weight issues? I'm sure he'll be hopping mad not being able to get food tomorrow, but I believe you know what's best for your friend, so it'll be okay. Let's fly back. We only need a few more levels. Okay, that is fair. I'm very much a this is the thing, apparently, because it often doesn't occur to me to look into a thing and then oopsie doopsies and poopsie whoopsies. But I am glad that you are taking corrective action. Better late than never. I'm hoping that the next level cap, whatever it is, lets us have Garchomp. Torment is not bad, but I don't know how much value I'm going to get out of it. Let me go back and fix that. Foul play is good, but it's very situational. I think I would rather have Crafty Shield over Torment. No, that is fair. It can be difficult to balance, especially with I don't want to say non-traditional pets, but not cats and dogs. That being said, there's a problem with heckin' chonkers and pet owners being okay with them not being healthy. It's on the owner to keep the pet healthy, and they sadly don't always do that. Yeah. Yeah, like if I'm an animal and someone's putting food in front of me, I'm always eating. So it's also part of why I'm not a pet owner currently. I would rather not be a pet owner rather than an irresponsible pet owner, you know? I don't have any experience owning frogs, but I will absolutely take you at your word. I believe it. We need 3 more levels on Klefki. Let's also figure out when Paris evolves. I feel like it's probably relatively early because it's not a strong Pokemon. 24, okay. That's not too bad. Pat. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I suppose next Mother's Day, you'll have something special to do because it'll be post-move and all that. In case it instantly wakes up, we'll switch over to Klefki. Of course. Okay. I mean, that's better than nothing, you know? I have had a complicated relationship with my mother. At one point, she was my secondary abuser, and I'm glad that it's not like that anymore. But years of abuse take years of therapy to undo. I haven't been to an Asian buffet in a long time. And yeah, still complicated is absolutely a mood. On the upside, the primary abuser has been dead for years. And for the most part, I'm happy with that. Also, if you didn't see it, Koga is a dark gym. However, we're going to have access to Shed Ninja relatively soon, which means Wonder Guard. Wonder Guard means if you can only be hit by super effective. So Bug Steel is only hit super effective by fire, which means with Wonder Guard, it is immune to every other source of damage in the game. Once we have access to Wonder Guard, we'll look at what each boss fight has, and we'll try to play around it. So, ideally, they can't hit us with anything, or they can only hit us with 1 to 2 things. Once we have access to that, it's going to make the rest of the game a lot easier. Mirror Shot isn't bad. The problem is it can miss. Wide Lens increases accuracy, but we haven't seen them yet. The only reason why I'm even using Butterfree is Compound Eye gives you more or less a 30% accuracy bonus. So for the most part, moves will not miss. That being said, I have had instances where there was no evasion difference and I still missed a Sleep Powder. Okay, good. Now we can put the XP share on Paris. We'll most likely get Paris to when it would evolve. If there's a move it gets as Paris earlier than Parasect, we'll delay evolving. If not, we'll evolve it when it can naturally evolve, which would be 24. Okay, at 22, Paris gets Spore. So we only need to get to 22, then we can evolve at 24. Spore is 100 accuracy sleep move. And because we could go Prankster if we wanted instead of Dry Skin, which means we wouldn't be fast, but Prankster would let us outspeed. We want Dry Skin because it makes us immune to water. The downside is we'll be 5 times weak to fire, but only one Pokemon on Erica's team has fire. Now, Fury Cutter, it gets stronger the more you use it, but it can miss. It also starts at 5 base power, so it takes I think 3 of them to be halfway decent. Nice. Now, let me reapply our PP. And another lemonade. Butterfree's gonna be a diabetic with all this lemonade. May as well call her Mrs. Brimley. So, Pat, now that you're done streaming for the day, what else are you doing for the rest of your evening? I'll be streaming, and then I'll be playing a lot of other games, watching crime coverage, etc. W Spore. Corey Richens, the woman who murdered her husband, she's getting sentenced, I think, in under 2 weeks. It was money motivated. She tried to poison him multiple times, and she succeeded on the 3rd try. She then went on to write a book, a children's book, about grief of losing a loved one. She thought she could outsmart them, and she got busted, and thank God for that. Yes. I have been following the Corey Richens case for several years. The trial only happened a few months back, and her sentencing hearing is on the birthday of the victim. Yeah, she's your typical narcissist, idiot, sending memes related to the crime to her partner in crime. Her partner in crime looked just like her deceased husband. And she had a good life, but image was important. She wanted to be basically look like one of the housewives of Salt Lake City. She stole over $500,000 from her husband in a failed house flipping business, and she could have had a great life, and she threw it all away. And something that really ground my gears about the case, because I watch the trial every day, the whole time, her lawyers, all they're doing is attacking the credibility of the state's witnesses. And I mean, I get it. They have a job to do. But it was very gross the way they went about it. Then when it came for the defense to put on their case. They were like, we need to talk to our client. We'll come back after lunch. They came back after lunch. We rest our case, Your Honor. They didn't put on a defense at all. It was very frustrating to watch because a lot of the stuff that Corey and her lawyers were saying, besmirching the witness, calling him gay, calling him an addict, etc. All these horrible things. And because the victim is dead, realistically, she's the only one that could testify. So that's why a lot of us who are watching it were like, well, she's the only one who can corroborate these things. And she's a narcissist and a control freak. So of course she's going to want to take the stand. My guess is either Corey saw the writing on the wall or her lawyer saw the writing on the wall and were like, don't testify. It'll be a terrible idea. And then she didn't. Oh no, I wholly believe that she's the smartest person in the room, etc. So of course she's going to want to micromanage. These people often are. I watch a lot of trials. If I had a penny for every single narcissist, control freak, abuser that ends up taking the stand or thinks they can get away with it, I'd have a lot of pennies. What's also funny, well, not funny, but a little funny. The lawyers that Corey Richan had, those lawyers are defending the shooter of Charlie Kirk in his upcoming trial. And he's screwed. However you feel about Charlie Kirk one way or another, it's gonna be an experience. And yeah, he is so screwed. I think his name's like Tyler Robinson. He's absolutely boned. That was a misclick on me. So I won't get into the... And here we go. Parasect. He's a fun guy. So I'm not going to get too much into the weeds on Charlie Kirk. I will note that if you advocate for political violence, don't be surprised when someone uses political violence against you. Yeah. Now that we evolved, did we get anything new? We did not. Feels bad, man. We only need 11 more levels. We'll then fuse Klefki and Parasect. It'll be Jewel 9, these two, and Burb for Erica. Courtney Clenny, the former OnlyFans influencer who allegedly murdered her partner, her trial was delayed, I think, July or August. She was very abusive to him, prior partners came out talking about how they were she was violent against them, and it's another person who's never been held accountable their entire life, does terrible things, and is surprised when she's finally held accountable. And I say allegedly because she hasn't been convicted yet. But based on everything I've seen, she's guilty as fuck. She's trying to claim it was self-defense, and the state brought in a knife-throwing expert because part of her statement was she threw the knife at the victim, and when she threw the knife, that's how it landed in his chest. But the level of expertise to throw a knife, along with the kind of knife, it's basically not plausible. So she's gonna be convicted IMO. That being said, Courtney Clenny's parents are rich, and she's a conventionally attractive white woman with blonde hair, and the victim was a black man. So if there's some shenanigans, it's gonna be because of the dynamic of the victim and the perpetrator. And it's not gonna be in the favor of justice. The parents already got caught in evidence tampering and obstruction of justice because they had her laptop when the police wanted it. Another case that I was following was the Koenig in Hawaii. It was attempted murder. It was a husband and wife or boyfriend and girlfriend. They were in a relationship. He tried to push her off a cliff. He claimed it was self-defense. He ended up being found guilty of attempted manslaughter, which is not a high charge. I'm not happy that they weren't able to prove it was attempted murder, but I'm grateful that in Hawaii, attempted manslaughter can have up to a 20-year prison sentence, and I'm hoping that the judge is able to find aggravating factors that keep him in for as long as possible. And I'm grateful that the victim was still alive, and she even had to testify at the trial. I was certain that he was going to be convicted, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the state to prove beyond reasonable doubt that it happened, and all the defense has to do is prove that there is reasonable doubt. I don't like it. I don't know when that sentencing will be, but I'm glad no one died. I agree. I mean, 20 years is still not bad. And if there are any, like, other charges, I'm hoping they'll all run consecutive. So you have to serve all of them before you can eventually get out. Rather than concurrent, which is they all run at the same time. We're almost there, fam. 7 more levels, on Paris. Now, let's heal while we're here. At the moment, there's no other active cases I'm following, but Sydney Powell, the woman who murdered her mother because she found out she flunked out of college, then staged a break-in and claimed it was a black guy, she might be getting a new trial. That case is interesting because most of the time when a family member murders another family member, the family members will rally around the victim. The family members all rallied around Sydney instead and tried to argue that she had like a psychotic break. And I suspect that sentence, I have no evidence to indicate that the mother was shitty. And sadly, children murdering their parents because the parents found out about a lie isn't uncommon. Chandler Halderson, Jennifer Pan, those are two other examples off the top of my head where the child was either flunking out of college or was lying about something. The lie got found out, and their solution is, I'll murder my parents, and no one will figure it out. And I believe both Jennifer Pan and Chandler Halderson are in prison for life. There's also Joel Guy Jr., but he didn't murder his parents because of a lie. He murdered his parents because his parents cut him off financially. He felt entitled to their support forever, and he murdered them for the money. He is also serving life, and thank God for that. Whoops. Yeah, a lot of them are. Then again, it turns out if you're bankrolled your whole life by your parents, and they decide to one day cut you off, I can understand why you'd be like, you've given me all of this my whole life. Why aren't you continuing to doing so? So yeah, I would argue that yes, there is some level of like, you've enabled him your whole life. But did his parents ever think they would be murdered by him? Not in their wildest dreams. At the moment, though, there's no trial I'm currently looking at, so I look forward to seeing the sentencing for Corey Richins. I wonder if she'll say something. I personally think that because she didn't testify, I'm hoping that she'll want to say something right before the judge sentences her. But she could also not say anything because maybe she doesn't want to endanger her appeal. Yes, and I don't know if Corey Richins is diagnose a narcissist? She absolutely has narcissistic tendencies. There is someone on YouTube, Dr. Barry. She has that educational background, and she will cover cases from that clinical lens. There's also lawyers I'll watch who cover cases, and it's cool to get their perspective compared to a talking head. And while I do have the educational background in some of that, criminal justice degree and legal studies, I never was able to apply it. So I don't have like 20 years under my belt. I'm not board certified or anything. It's what I wanted to do, but I didn't have the skill set to make it work. That takedown hits way harder than it ever should. Also, takedown's only 85% accurate, and I think it's missed like once. When does Parasect get anything else that I might care about? No. We get nothing until 37. That is unfortunate. We still have to get the level up though, because if we fuse at prior to level 35, the level of the combined Pokemon will go down. After we beat Erica, it'll be Pokemon Tower. Then it will either be Cycling Road or the other side, so we can reach Koga. This game 100% does a disservice by not having a trainer you can grind on, infinite candy, or being able to set Pokemon to level cap. And I really hope that whenever Infinite Fusion 2 comes out, it has, at the very least, one of those things. Also, once we get the Fuchsia, we'll have access to egg moves, and there's some pretty good egg moves for Pokemon out there, which will help fill in what we don't have. It also would have been nice to have gotten something like Lucky Egg a lot earlier than... I think I get it at like Safari Zone or something. Let's heal that. Nice. Speaking of narcissists, Eddie Broderick died yesterday. From what I remember, Betty Broderick murdered her husband. She took the stand to testify in her own defense, was convicted of life. And we love that for her. May she rot in piss. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Robert Tellis was another. He's still alive. He was a public official in Nevada. There was an investigative journalist who was reporting on him because, you know, he's a public official. He didn't like the flack that he was getting, so he murdered the reporter and then claimed that it was this vast conspiracy by a real estate company that he was looking into, and it was a professional hitman. He testified at his defense, and I don't know if he's serving life, but he was convicted and he was locked away for a long time. He was originally representing himself, then he realized that was a bad idea, so he ended up obtaining counsel. His trial only happened earlier this year as well. I hate how dime a dozen these shitty people are. So I think one negative of this playlist is there will be one version of the song, and then there's a million versions of the song after. Maybe if I use this playlist again, I'll see if there's a way to randomize it. And yes, you are correct. These are only the ones that get caught. So we have no idea how many are getting away with it. And we probably don't want to know for, you know, our own sanity. Alright, we only need one more level. Then we can fuse Klefki Parasect. And then we'll punch through Erica's lackeys and take on Erica. That did a lot. I think that was a high roll based on how much it did. Instant wake up. You hate to see it. Nice. We'll get the last level fighting Erica's flunkies. We won't fuse them until both of them are 35. We will go Amulet Coin on Gapsol. We'll lead with Gapsol. We'll fly back to Celadon. Tilapia bean stew? Interesting. What kind of seasoning or like stock was the beans and tilapia in? We had to train up effectively 6 Pokemon because we had to fuse them. We are about to take on Erica right now. We'll be using a Joel 9, Herb, aka Talonflame, and then we'll be fusing a Klefki and a Parasect, human paprika, vegetable raw tomato sauce. That sounds very good. I have been having beans more often. Today I did baked beans. I was on like a bender where I was doing a salsa type stew with beans, and it was quite nice. Most of those seasonings, I think except for cumin, I have used. So this is a Slagoo and a Yan Mega. I believe cumin is good, but I couldn't tell you what it tastes like on its own. Fortress and Graveler. We'll go... I don't think we have a ground move here. That was not the answer. Right, because we're ice. Nice. Snorlax and Beedrill. Foul play, Cumin, and Clutch. We fight all the trainers because we need money. Quad weak to fire? Don't mind if I do. Lived on one because sturdy. Heracross and Gyarados. Of course it hits all 5 times. It may have been Skill Link. It's not Skill Link. It just got lucky. Not ideal. Genesect and Leafeon. And we get slept again. We will go back. And we will heal. I think when it comes to seasoning that I use a lot, garlic, paprika. If I'm feeling a certain way, it'll usually be a combination of thyme, oregano, and there's another one in there. If I'm not feeling that, I might go with Old Bay seasoning, Gochujang. There's a few others. So we fought those two. Let's fight this individual. Melodic and Venipede. Let's go, Joel 9. Beautiful. Scyther and Typhlosion. Water. Oh, right. Bug. Damn it. It didn't do enough. That's okay. Scyther and Roserade. Quad weak. Heracross and Roselia. Right. Because we're ice. Okay. Maybe I'll make a point to try a dish with Cuban at some point and see if it's something I like. Miltank and Parasect. Of course. We have to fight like 5 more trainers. Lucario and Scyther. That's fine. I wholly suspect that I've had it before. If cumin is technically in Indian dishes, I do not like the Indian spice profile. I've tried curry. I've tried every single kind of curry that I could get my hands on. And the only curry I liked was a mango curry out of Vietnamese / Thai food. That's a problem. Okay, gotcha. So it is likely that I've already had it then. Drifblim and Parasect. It kind of looks like a flying squid crab. Of course. Oh yeah, there's no Sleep Claws. Sleep Claws is only 1 Pokemon per party can be asleep. Shuckle and Starmie. Trevenant and Larvesta. That's a chonker. Flareon and Armarouge. No. Flareon and Armaldo. This is not great. We get the flinch. Huge. Sizer and Marowak. I don't have anything good for this. Oh yeah. The claws are skulls of other dead Marowak. I also have nothing for this. We're gonna use the revive. I don't like it. We'll go flamethrower. There we go. Yeah, as you can see, quite a few of these are nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. I think there's 2 trainers or 1 trainer and Erica. Hopefully, once we get to Fuchsia, our Pokemon will have a bunch of egg moves that we can take advantage of. Because our current move pool and TMs are very limited. And that is putting a dent in what we can actually do. What do we have this time? Venomoth and Dusclops. It's probably gonna go Hex now. Or that. Nice. Seadra and Volcarona. I do wish we had a better electric move, but we'll probably get a better one when Joltik becomes Galvantula. Goleon. This is Kecleon and Golisopod. Whoops. It's water currently. No, it's not. It's electric because of color change. Oh no, it was fire because of color change. We'll go back and heal one last time after this one, and then we're good to go. Orange. This is Onyx and Anorith. Oh, we're still burnt, right. Oh well. Venomoth, Girafarig. Also Nightmare Fuel. Shuckle, Pikachu. Damn it. Shell Smash is a choice. Nice. We're only allowed to use 3 Pokemon against Erica. We're also now going to fuse our Parasect and our Klefki. We want Dry Skin because the water Pokemon that we're worried about will be immune to all its moves. And we're going to give a Citrus Berry to 2 out of 3 Pokemon because I want double money from Amulet Coin. We want Steel Grass. We are 5 times weak to fire, but only 1 Pokemon in Erica's team has fire. I really don't like that. Though I do like that the legs are keys. We keep dry skin. And we stay hardy. We're also going to snooze ads because I want to do the Erica fight. It is definitely a little cute. It's not nightmare fuel. And I appreciate that. Spore. Draining Kiss. Foul Play. And probably Spikes. And then let's go. Not use, give. Citrus Berry. Citrus Berry, 25% heal when we're brought below 50%. And then Burb. We're not going to use Amulet Coin. Let's give a Citrus Berry to Burb as well. The only thing we can use against that one is Fly. It's a 2-turn move, sadly, but we don't have any other flying moves. And we are going to lead Joel 9. All right, Erica, you're washed up. I'm going to trample your garden, and I'm going to get a big old can of Raid for all your stupid bugs. All right, Joel 9, Clef Sect, and Burb. We have Unnerve, so it cannot eat its Akaberry. Ideally, this flamethrower one-shots. Unnerve did not prevent Sizawesome from eating a berry, so that feels like a bug. But this is Speed Boost. We are going to go Electro Web. I don't love that. We might be in trouble. So, this whole premise was Unnerve would prevent the ability from working. It did not work. We're going to go Burb. We're trying to bait the water, Muddy Water or Toxic. We're now going to switch into Klepsec. Right. Okay. We are going to Spore. And we are going to lay Spikes. And we're going to start going Draining Kiss. I'm hoping that that was the only Hyper Potion that Erica had. All right, 1 out of 3 down. This is most likely Fiery Dance. Quad resisted Giga Drain. Burb gets us the win, despite the interaction of Unnerve not working like it's supposed to. Hell yeah. Nice. I don't know what the level cap is. I'm going to look that up real quick. We also have ads in just under 30 seconds. I will see you all soon, friends. See you all soon. Happy Saturday, my friends. All right, Meow, we are back from ads. I'm not sure what to expect in Pokemon Tower. I haven't looked ahead. I know it's remix mode, so there's probably still going to be some ghosts. But I don't think I'm going to bother bringing any ghosts, because I wouldn't be surprised if there was like a bunch of normal ghosts, which means it can't be hit by ghost. We have to do the Pokemon Tower in order to get the flute. That way we can get the Koga, and by Koga, Shed Ninja. So let's think about what we might want. I'm fine with Gapsol. I'm fine with Butterfree. I'm fine with Klefki. We can put away Arcanine for now. We'll keep Bird as our flyer. And let's get 2 more Pokemon. Things that don't lose the ghost. And ideally a dark type that isn't quad weak to anything. Let's see. We'll bring Rachel just because she's at level cap. And then we'll bring Magnetor as well, since at level cap. Well, at old level cap, so I don't have to spend forever leveling up a team to actually take on the tower. I think the new level cap is 38. And then I think once you beat Saffron, it goes up to 45. We're not doing Saffron first, because you have to do all of Silphco in order to fight Sabrina. And that, you have to full clear it as well. So you can't do it in like 5 minutes, the way I normally would. But we have a Pokemon Tower and a Mr. Fuji to rescue. We already did the rival battle here, and we have the Silph Scope, so we can finally see what's what and how many. And in case we do have a bunch of trainers to fight, we will throw Amulet Coin on our Gapsol. Oh, they make you wear the Silph Scope. It's like night vision goggles. That is hilarious. Shuppet's a relatively high level compared to us, so I'm gonna try to catch one. Shuppet can have insomnia because we put her to sleep. It didn't. For me, this is Casper. And we want him to be a little silly. And to avoid copyright infringement, it's Casper with a K. Let's see what we're up against. Sneasel and Mischievous. We're gonna get Klefki with a quad of... No, not quad. Super effective... Oh, right, because we unfused. We lost our moves. Whoops. Duo Reno, this is quad weak to foul play. Ghost Steel. This is probably Dust Noir and Nose Pass. I actually like how it looks. The beak reminds me of plague doctors. I don't like that. It is adorable. And it's metal. Okay. Let's fix the moveset. I like mirror shot. I don't like that it can miss. Were you? Mad respect to the plague doctors keeping us safe from miasma, aka bad smelling air. Did you put sweet smelling herbs in the beak for maximum authenticity? I mean, obviously, plague doctors weren't helping. They were actually spreading it because the germ would get on the outfit. But they were working with what they had at the time, and I don't blame them. Plus, you know, plague doctors look really cool. I like that. Very smart. Oh no, yeah, I imagine it would be way too damn hot. So, I don't blame you for not going to that length. I'm glad you were able to manage being in it at all. I was never allowed to celebrate Halloween growing up, and now that I'm an adult, it's never really been a thing I did. I feel like I was denied that experience, but at the same time, I'm also allergic to chocolate, so there's that eliminates a lot of candy that I could eat. Yeah, you did say that you were, from what I remember, homeschooled, fundamentalist. It makes sense. It very much tracks. In fact, you were probably raised in a stricter household than I was, because at least I wasn't homeschooled. Oh yeah, that too. Pincer is nightmare fuel. This is a haunted tree with a giant spooky eye in the middle. Exactly. It was bad. It was royal bad. Jinx and Mischievous. I love the swirling motes of energy around her. W Sprite, and this is quad effective. I have never had a tattoo because of my upbringing, but also I have allergies and a weak immune system. So there's a risk that even if they use like a really clean needle and a safe dye, I'll still break out. That being said, I want to get a tattoo, and it's going to be a palace cat. I agree with your sentiment, Bad Wolf, and I think that will be a really cool addition to the tapestry that is your skin. Okay, this is Fire Ghost. Rock Slide. We switch out to get rid of the curse. You're dead. We switch out to get rid of the curse. This is Banette and Breloom. This is grim as fuck. It's a dead Breloom, and it's being puppeted with a disembodied tail, head, neck, and then body. Very cool. Yeah, as I said, there's a lot of really cool looking fusions. If I had Crafty shielded right away, I wouldn't have been put to sleep. Yeah, as much as I bitch about Infinite Fusion not having quality of life, the sprites most of the time are a chef's kiss. Shit. That's a problem. We'll use a berry to cleanse it. Disappointing that it... Oh, that's right, because Shadowseek wasn't stab. So that's a skissue on my part. Parasect and Banette. It's hard to tell what it is, so we're going to destroy it. Also, Ghost, resist bug. Meganium. Yeah, I think it's Delmise and Meganium. Either way, it looks like a sad turtle, and that makes me sad. So we're gonna do our best to put it out of its misery. We gotta leave because we're dead. Yes. I do like Mischievous, but sadly in this it's only a ghost. In Rad Red and Emerald Imperium, it's Ghost Fairy will levitate. It's basically a budget Flutter Mane. So, since Ghost is a type of Pokemon, I've had people postulate whether Ghost Pokemon are dead, as in dead Pokemon, or if they're Pokemon that are ghosts and are alive. I would say that Ghost Pokemon are not dead. I'm gonna catch this Drowsy if I can. I also like Drowsy / Hypno, because not only is Drowsy based on the Tapir, but Hypno eats the children's bad dreams, so he doesn't deserve the bad reputation that he gets. And that is a good point, Bad Wolf. I don't know how you can be a ghost and not be dead, but I don't think that ghost Pokemon are ghosts of dead Pokemon. So, I don't know if I can, how to convey it, but I don't think they're dead Pokemon. Insomnia. Okay. We'll go with a love ball. I like this one. The shiny, I don't know if it's a custom shiny, but I've seen a shiny Hypno that was pink. So silly. Pikachu, Galissapod. course it would para. Damn it. We miss. Pikachu got hands. Yes, I don't think that a Ghastly was a different Pokemon and then it died and became a Ghastly. I think that ghosts exist and there are ghost Pokemon. I don't know if a ghost Pokemon is dead already. Pokemon in battle faint, so it does become more complicated. We know that Pokemon can die because if a Charmander's flame goes out, it dies. We know this from the anime. So it's something to think about. I would like to think. Clefairy is climbing out of a coffin. I think that is adorable. Either that or it's closing the coffin and going to bed. I'm gonna say it's climbing out of the coffin. Yes, Vampire Clefairy. I like that. Let's see if we can get past her. I hope there's still a healing pad on the 3rd floor. So this is a Stunfisk Fomantis. No, R. Lurantis. Okay. That's a problem. We got red. And we get parried. Ambipom and Delmise. Bruh. We got parried every single turn. It's normal ghost. We can only hit it with Night Slash. We're not going to be able to get to the healing pad. We're gonna try. I'm stubborn. Doublade and Azurill. Or Azumarill. Alright, let's go with... If it has huge power, Foul Play is gonna hurt. Oh no, because it's not punishment. Foul Play is when you do attack increases. Okay, next is... No. Primeape and Cofagrigus. It took me far too long to realize that there was a second R. All right. It's not a word I had ever heard said until more recently. Okay, we made it. Nice. We're almost to Mr. Fuji. Okay. Shed Ninja. Wonder Guard. Dark. Rock. It can only be hit by super effective. It was not a Shed Ninja. Okay, Mile Delmise. Right, taunt. Let's go with Magnetar. There's the Shed Clops for real. Okay, so rock, fire, flying, dark, and there's another one. We go Gapsol. Nice. I've had to get real familiar with Shed Ninja. Quilava and Nidoran. We don't have any ground moves, sadly. Damnable shame. We can still go rock because it is fire. That looks very cool. Chandelure, Armaldo. It's still a bug, so we go rock. Wrong move. I mean, that's fine, but... Oh, yeah. Escape rope, W. Shuckle and Pumpkaboo. Banette and Ursaring. Ghost normal. We can only hit it with dark. Trevenant and Luxray. I do not like that. The face is literally a hole with a dot for a nose and then ears. Ugh. Alright, let's see. We go Fan Attack. Nice. It'll be interesting seeing what the Marowak Ghost is. I can't imagine it's gonna be the normal Marowak Ghost, you know? This is just a Mismagius. Also Nightmare Fuel. It's another Pinsir. Pinsir Tangela. Willow. W. Giraffarig. Rotom. We go Feint Attack. Nice. We live on 1. Donphan. Kofa Grigas. Let's go Magneter. It lived on 1 because sturdy. Nice. We will go back and heal. Then we'll take on the boss and the final floor. Just in time for ominous music. Or just in time with the ominous music. Alright, what are we up against? Kangaskhan, Shedinja. Normal, Bug. Beautiful. Spiritomb, Kangaskhan. Kangas Bone. Probably the saddest of the 3. It's okay, little buddy. We're gonna send you to the farm upstate with the rest of the fam. W. Oh, nice. There's no gauntlet up here. Normally, there would be a Red Rocket shenanigan type thing. And by Red Rocket, I, of course, mean Team Rocket. Neat. I have no idea what any of that means. Thank you. Now we can make our way to Fuchsia. Because it means we can get our Shedinja. We are going to go through the cycling route, though, because more money, XP, and there's at least 1 TM in that area that we need. Also, if we can, I don't know if it gates it, we'll do Safari Zone when we get the Fuchsia as well. There's a chance that you will have to do other stuff before you're even allowed in Safari Zone. And we do already have the bike, so thank God for that. When we're in Saffron, we're going to see if we can find Mr. Psychic as well. What is all this? Oh, okay. Not yet. We don't have time to be beautiful. We have Pokemon to save. It's possible you can only access Mr. Psychic after Silphco. I do not like that. I don't know if it's true, but a lot of the doors are blocked. Oh, this is one of the rocket hideouts. Okay. Yes, the island of Dr. Moreau. Which is probably why Joker in Mass Effect, his last name is Moreau. Yeah, we'll have to kick Team Rocket out if we want to do anything in here, it looks like. I guess that's their way of forcing progression to be a certain way. I don't know what this is going to be. I know this is the dojo, but I don't know what they have, and I don't know what the levels are. We're underleveled. This looks like Greninja Chestnut. Of course, it barely lives. Zatu and Hitmonchan. Ow. We're fine now. Knowing how high level they are, I probably won't do the rest of this dojo until we get the Koga. Hitmontop and Infernape. I don't like that. W Burb. We'll make a note to come back there later. We don't need the scope anymore, so let's change our hat. Frog. We have a frog hat. Once we have Surf, which you can't use it until you beat Sabrina, we'll come back for a bunch of evolutions. We want to capture this because leftovers. I don't know if the balls I have will be enough. Probably not, but let's try anyways. Right. That's gonna be a thing. First try. I like that one. We're gonna name him Lazy Boy, in case I end up using him. And we get leftovers from it, which is why I wanted that. All right, what are we looking at? Beyond, oh, this is, you do these bonus fights. They are a specific type. You have to use a team of their chosen type in order to beat them. It's cosmetic. You only get outfits, so I never fight them. Oh, she gives us ice cream. Even better. Hell yeah. I take back everything I said, Bianca. You're all right. So it's basically a lava cookie, but from Castelia City instead. Ice cream that makes you healthy. I'd buy that for $1. These are the bikers. Unknown and Tentacool. Graveler and Bibberol. I wish we had grass or ground. We'll probably be fine though. That's also fine. Landchew, Lantern, and Raichu. Klefki is useful. I think there's an item down here. We're gonna try to get this Galele because we don't have a Snow Runt or a Frostlass. Sadly, Frostlass is only better in Champions and ROM hacks. It is the only Ice Ghost by default, though. So it's got that going for it, which, you know, is nice. This looks like a JoJo character, so we'll go with this one. Excuse me. There was a move down here. My instinct was correct. Lickitung and Zubat? I want none of that. Carbink, Flareon. Carbink is very bulky, so it took that well. Yes, level cap is indeed 38. So, if we want any real progress in level cap, we basically have to beat Sabrina. Hopefully, at the very least, when we do get to Fuchsia, we'll have access to Safari Zone. That will help fill out a lot of our coverage. And if we can't, we'll get a bunch of Shed Ninja, make a bunch of Wonder Garden Pokemon, and we'll climb through Silphco with that. Furret and Whirlipede. That hurt a lot more than I expected. One turn wake up, you hate to see it. I mean, I get that it was a stab, but it was very stinky. Murkrow and Roserade. Muck and Scizor. It looks like it's a Scizor that got hit with a quad effective fire move, and it's just completely melted. It is sad. I don't like it. Poor little guy. He couldn't stand the heat. And I don't blame him. 4 times effective. That's a lot of damage. That's cute, though. Whimsicott and Fernape. He's got such aura. And you can kind of see his tail underneath the giant fireball. Right, because we're steel. That was an oopsies on my part. Oh yeah, we're also steel. Whoops. Save me, Burb. W. I know. They're too damn adorable. There's no way I can make it through Cycling Road with most of my team dead. So we are going to go back and heal. We're also going to grab the leftovers from Snorlax and throw in our Klefki for maximum stall. All right. While we're here, we'll also fly to, what's it called? Lavender. We'll get the other Snorlax leftovers. We do need to buy some balls, though. I have one Ultra Ball left, and I don't think that's going to be enough. Dig wouldn't be bad, but quite a few Pokemon that I wanted to put it on literally could not learn it. And that's stinky. No. This unlocks outfits, but it also unlocks quests. The more quests we do, the more rewards we get. Huh. So I guess balls are on the first floor. We'll take 19 Ultra Balls. And we have enough Super Repel for now. We need to save up a good bit of money for coin because we want to buy Game Corner coins since I'm bad at slot machines and my brain is far too smooth for, what's it called? Voltorb Flip. Because it's basically Minesweeper. All right. I'm not smart enough to figure out Minesweeper. I have tried. What's the trick that you found to make Minesweeper work for you? We're gonna try to catch it, but it's okay if we don't. I wonder if I do Crafty Shield now, the sleep from Yawn will fail. It does not. I would have had to do Crafty Shield before the Yawn. Good to know. We're learning. On the upside, because I'm asleep, I cannot be parried. He's probably gonna rest. Nice, we get a second lefties. We get strength. I think since we've beaten Erica, we can finally use it. Whoops. We got ambushed. Tree King. I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure it's Sea King, but it doesn't look like a Trico. Maybe Trevenant Sea King? Let's go Magneter, because Venoshock. Oh wait, that's right. We have Sludge Bomb, Sludge Wave. We can finally use that. Magagon? Oh, maybe this is Bagon Magikarp? It looks like it's fallen and it can't get up. Persian and Carvana. I don't love it. Like, it's not bad. It definitely looks like more of a cat than a fish. Yes. Okay, Boomer indeed with the life alert. We are gonna rectify that. I know that in doubles, Sludge Wave hits everyone, but stab Sludge... Oh, you know what? I probably have to make it be Gengar. Then I can learn it. So never mind all the things I just said. What's here? Hold on. Let's see. Oh, okay. I see the words you said. I don't understand how that leads you to be winning in Minesweeper, but now we know that if we ever have to deal with mines, I've got you on demand to defuse them for us. So thank you for your service, preemptively. Nice, we get the good rod. I think Roserade still requires a stone I don't have access to, so we can't do anything with a Roselia yet. We do have a Sunstone. We 100% want a Cottony. I don't know if this is pranks. Oh, that's right, because grass is immune. I don't know if this is chlorophyll or prankster. We'll find out when we capture it. I can't remember the last time I had a one shake, so we're gonna name Cottony Lucky. He's Eepy. I'm hoping his nature isn't terrible. That's the worst nature possible. Fuck me. All right. I'm not happy about that. I'll probably end up having to fuse it with something else to get a better nature. Okay, we are gonna go Dragon Claw. Water Steel. Let's go Magneter. I used to think that I could perform well under pressure, but the unofficial sponsor of the stream is Choke Gaming, so I cannot do that. I thought I used to be good at all those things you rattled off. I am not. I used to be good at running. I am less good at running these days. We'll just have to make sure you're never in a situation where if you run, you're screwed, you know? Let's see. Let's heal that off. I could get a Whimsicott right away, but Whimsicott historically learns nothing. So let's see what it looks like for Cottony moveset. And it was Prankster, not Chlorophyll. Alright, so at 26, we get Giga Drain. At 35, we get Energy Ball. So we want to get Cottony to at least level 35 before we evolve it. I mean, yeah, as long as you can hold it together until the pending crisis is over, it's okay if you go to shreds, you say, after. Also, for a Magikarp fusion, this looks really cool. It's a Bisharp Magikarp. Magikarp is cute, and I'm glad at least one of its fusions looks amazing. It's got floaties and a flotation ring. I love that. It's a Feraligatr and a Psyduck. And then this is a Braixen and Corsola. We are coming up on our last ad break. When we come back from ads, we'll be looking at more Palace Cats. And we'll be making a point to get the Fuchsia and see what we can see in the Safari Zone. Happy Catterday. I hope you've been enjoying the stream. We're going to be looking into getting a new mic, ideally by next Thursday. Thank you for hanging out, and I'll see you all soon, friends. We are back. So, I can agree that Magikarp as a Pokemon isn't quote-unquote useful, but they didn't need to be dicks about it with that Pokopia description. Justice for Magikarp. Like, we all know Magikarp's one job is turning into Gyarados at level 20. But they didn't need to be mean about that. W Burb. We love our Burb. Oh, there's an item over there. We need to grab that. Sandy Gast is kind of useful. I don't think this kills. It gets close, but it doesn't. Yeah, we love our Burb. Talonflame in ROM hacks is amazing. Gale Wings is +1 priority to flying moves at full HP. So you get Tailwind for speed, U-turn in a bad matchup, Flare Blitz, Brave Bird, Dual Wing Beat. It gets all sorts of great stuff. Sadly, we have F-All outside of Fly. Because some games don't let us have nice things. This is one of several ground ghost type. The other one is Golurk. I want one that doesn't look dead. If possible. At a glance, it looks like he's smiling. So we're gonna go with this one. Whoops. After this fight, we'll look at some Palace Cats, because I did forget. Okay, Amphion. That would be Ampharos and Ledian. Boy, that does nothing. We might have to use a revive just to have something that can do something about this Pokemon. It's not a real fight, so I don't feel too bad about it. Real fights, I mean trainers, like bosses. We love Butterfree. No problem, Bad Wolf. If you're not back by the time stream's over, see you around, my friend. If you are, see you soon. We almost, well, no, we're halfway there. I thought we were a lot closer. Never mind. Okay, I mean, we're still gonna get the Fuchsia, but I was hoping we were a lot closer than that. Oh, I have to surf to get there. We only can use surf outside of battle after we beat Sabrina. I like that. Paris, Abra, Pabra. Instead of a spoon, he's holding a mushroom stalk. And he was orange. Pidgeotto and Lickitung. I have no idea how that bird is staying afloat. Oh, that's kind of cute. It's a Stuffle and a Firo. Shelgon and a Zubat. Can't say I love that. Right, Palace Cats. Let me pull some more up real quick. Here's a wild baby Palace Cat. Probably 2 to 3 months old. The mother is likely somewhere in the area. So cute. Just a little guy, you know? Very floofy. Already has mastered the stare. Glowing orange-yellow eyes. Cheeto dust around the muzzle. Its game is on point. Also, Pet, thank you for your daily check-in. W Beans. We love our beans.
Do you mind if I have some of your tasty beverage to wash this pen?
Thank you for the hydrate. I'll fill up my water and I'll drink that. Let's go with another Palace Cat in the wild. I forget the name of the bird, but here's a wild Palace Cat looking up at the bird, feeling very judgmental. This is likely Nigra pectus because it translates to black chest. I know the name of the bird. It's been told to me. I don't remember, but I think it's a great shot. I'm going to grab that water right meow. You know, I initially thought it was a woodpecker. I'm going to look it up real quick once I do the hydrate. 26 ounces of water going down. Pet, thank you for the hydrate. Stay hydrated. Dying of thirst. Nobody wants that in their cereal. Yeah, I have a friend who's told me about this bird before. So let me pull this up. Okay. It's a hoopoe bird. Eurasian hoopoe. Hoopoe. It is renowned for striking cinnamon orange head, tall crest on the head, zebra striped, black and white wings. So that is... Let me make sure I get it right. Hoopoe. There we go. And let me find a bigger picture of one because I actually am curious now. It's quite the crest, indeed. That is an Asian hoopoe. Eurasian hoopoe, and that is indeed the bird. I've seen it before in other pictures of palace cats. He looks like he takes things very serious, and if you make fun of his hat, he'll probably peck your eye out. That being said, let's look at one more palace cat before we jump back into Pokemon. We're getting to Fuchsia City. Then when we come back on Sunday, we'll have the Shed Ninjas. We'll fight Koga. We'll fight Sabrina. Then we'll be off to Blaine. This is my newest acquisition. I saw this the other day. It's a wild palace cat. You can barely see him. You know from far up. A predatory bird's looking down, and it sees what looks like a rock, or a mound of snow, or some dirt. The eyes are high set. The ears are on the side of the head. Don't mind me, literally hiding in plain sight. And I think that's awesome. That being said, back to Pokemon. Primeape and Hypno. Oh, right. Neutral, because fighting. Feebas and Graveler. Feeler. It's definitely in its feels with that sad face. That also doesn't look good. Graveler and Togetic, most likely. Yeah, I didn't like that one at all either. I completely agree. Okay, if I want that, we have to go around. Mime Choke. He's very strong. Okay, let's go with Burb. Hiya! I don't like that either. It looks like he has no legs. Rock fighting. We want nothing to do with this. Let's go with Klefki. I mean, realistically, he's probably on his knees and you can't see the legs, but he looks like an amputee. I like that. That is great. Thankfully, we don't know what they look like underneath, and I never want to know. That was not worth it. It's okay, though. Now we know. This is for a strength replacement item, and it's very annoying to get. So I'll end up doing that off screen at some point. Duo and probably Magnemite. It looks like a little walker. I like that. Okay, steel flying. We need Magneter. Oh, the accuracy down. I like that. Let's see. Flying fire. We need to not die here. Damn it. Okay. We'll try to put it to sleep. Because it's Dodrio, it might have Vital Spirit. It did not. That's a problem. Herb to the rescue. Bagon and Mantine most likely. Nice. Just so I don't have to go back. Okay. Murkrow and Skarmory. Most trade Evos don't evolve until at least 40. So we're not going to have them until post-Koga. Delibird and Trevenant. It's basically a Christmas tree. I like that. It's almost Nightmare Fuel, though, I would say. We don't need a Geodude. Whoops. We got jumped. I think there is a nurse in this area, and I really do not like that. I think it's supposed to be a Weeping Bell and a Snubble. Gardevoir and Porygon. Once again, proving that anything Gardevoir looks great. I'm not sure what to make of it, but it's not ugly at least. Ampharos and Roserade. Shit. I love with air quotes getting jumped from off screen. I also really don't like that Vigoroth Ponyta. Something about the face. I also don't like that. The head looks backwards. That's pretty cool, though. Gyarados, Sharpedo. I don't remember what that does. Let's find out. Oh, okay. Interesting. The fact that it's May means it's not going to be reliable to trigger. I don't like that. Gardevoir Cleffa. I like it. Another common Gardevoir W. Ow. I do not like that. Rampardos, Jinx. Ow. We're fine. The house that kid is talking about is a puzzle, and you get a Mimikyu out of it. That's something we'll be doing off stream. It won't take much to slapdash some Pokemon together. We made it to Fuchsia. There are several things I want to look at before we raid out. So that's neat that she tells us about a rare chance of hidden ability Pokemon showing up, but no dream patches or ability pills means it's realistically not happening. That makes me sad. Okay, so neither of those have what we need. We're specifically looking for the egg tutor, and it's possible they're no longer in Fuchsia. Okay, 2 more people. This might be Lucky Egg. I'm not sure. What do we have here? I remember this one. It's in Safari Zone. I think this might be Lucky Egg now that I think about it. Aerial Ace is this. We'll come back to that one later. This one is not bad. It increases friendship. That's something we can do if we really need to. It's looking like the egg tutor is not in Fuchsia. That makes me sad. Unova. Another quest. W. I'll have to look in the wiki and see where it is, if it exists at all. Okay, cool. What is this? Okay, cool. Let me see if I can find a Ninjask real quick. Since, well, Nincada. Because that's part of our strat coming up. as is. I don't need a Corsola. If I don't see one relatively quickly, I'll look into the wiki to figure out what time it is that I need to be for the Nincada to spawn. We can probably do something with this. Oh, that's right. Grass types are immune. And we would definitely want to fuse it with something to get rid of the quad weakness. The bug. Skiploom and Ariados. Murkrow and Shuppet. Hoppip. We do not need a Hoppip. Nincada. Oh, that's right. Shed Ninja is at level 20. So it might be a level range. And if that's the case, it's going to be very hard to get what I need. Let's find out. So it can technically be a level 20. That's something we're gonna have to do off stream. We can only get a level 20 Nincada because only a level 20 Nincada becomes Ninjask. I am aware. Yeah, so let me double check this to make sure I am correct. So yeah, it has to be exactly level 20. That is something I will end up doing off stream. We confirmed that Nincada can spawn. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna look at Palace Scouts one last time. We're gonna figure out who we're raiding into. I'm gonna make a point to catch a bunch of Nincada off stream, and then we'll have a bunch of Wonder Guard Pokemon, which will make the rest of the game easier. Let's see, more Palace Cats. Here's a Palace Cat who had to wait for a while in the snow. Looks like he rolled around in a bunch of powdered sugar. Thankfully, their coat is very thick, so this doesn't bother them in the slightest. Let's think about who we're going to be raiding into tonight. We're going to be raiding into my buddy Rafflemow Gamers. We raided into him last night. He's still working on the Roguemon A2 tournament that was created by Big Murph. It's an Ironmon format, but it has more options and it's not as hard as straight up Kaizo Ironmon, but at the end of the day, it's still you have one Pokemon and you need to beat the game with that one Pokemon. Everything is randomized. It is not easy. Rafflemow Gamers 1, great guy, friend of the stream. I met a lot of cool people through him. He's making a point to stream every day this year. Yes, he is absolutely a snowy boy or a snowball. Speaking of which, there's a specific one of bull I'm looking for. No. Let's try this. So I don't have it named in a way that makes it easier to find. That is unfortunate. I'll have to look for it another day. So instead of that, we'll go with a classic bull. He's resting on a tree branch, and he's feeling silly. Round AF. We love the late King Bull. Let's find one of him and Polly. Here's one of the late royal couple. I think it's Bull on the left and Polly on the right. Bull was significantly larger than his wife. If you're a subscriber, I have a raid message you can copy paste. If not, spam emotes. At the goat, Bad Wolf, anyone else who I missed, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the lurks. I hope you have a good rest of your Saturday into Sunday. Let's send Raffle Gamers some love. We'll be back at 6 p.m. Eastern. We're going to beat Koga. We're going to do Silphco. We're going to beat Sabrina. That's all happening on Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern. Be good, make good choices, and take care, my friends.